Didn't unmute the mic. Oh well. We live anyways. I've got a little speaker for my sound today so I can actually hear things without headphones on. Tell me if it's like noticeable or bad. And I'll just turn it off. But if you can't notice it, I'll leave it like this so maybe I could actually hear something. Can you hear that? Do you hear like an echo? You don't hear it. Nice. Can I hear chat? Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately. Fun video this morning. Hopefully some of you saw it. I had a good time pulling together clips of Michael Jordan saying completely unhinged quotes. I just found it so entertaining. I don't know why. I find it very enjoyable. Kind of want to make Narwa switch axe, maybe? Maybe just go Narwa. It's gonna be so much element. 74. Bringing thunder? Sure. Can I do rain dance for 104 degrees Fahrenheit? That's too hot. That's messed up. That's really messed up. The only thing that's kind of annoying about Narwa is I gotta get it up to purple. I don't have to. Mayor Munchkin, thank you. But it would be good if it had purple. Make Tio? Thrust? What? It's just like that purple's gonna be really good for element. It's just gonna suck getting it. What does the charge blade have? Does it start with purple? No. How many weapons actually start with purple? Modifiers for purple, 1.39 and 1.25. It's more significant for element than anything else. Maybe you just keep it in white. That's a lot of white. Master's Touch would work there. And then you wouldn't have to, like, worry about anything else. 1.39 is pretty low. I mean, it goes from 1.32 to 1.39, so an extra 7%. Recommend you some Lance Armor. You've got 2 Chainmail and 2 Baroth. Well, Squire Tasset and Baroth Arms are very good. I don't know where else you are in the game. What's up with the Hellion Mode nerf? I mean, it would be too powerful otherwise. God, I love not having to worry about putting, like, a rampage mod on things. That fills me with joy. Ingot legs. You're still on 1.0? I don't think there's any reason to, like, stay on 1.0. That's, like, a little unhinged. They don't get nerfed that much. Like, alright, they die, like, a little bit sooner. But your mods? What? The mods are fine. Am I missing something? The mods are fine, no? I could be missing something. 3, 5, 7. This unhinged is my highway rants. I'm not unhinged. I mean, look, if you here's the thing. If you're happy, that's all that matters. Nothing else matters. Do I want Master's Touch? I could have Grinder 3 and just get up to attack boost 7. Just do that. They should remove the double sharpness loss or buff it 50%. The whole point of it is that the double sharpness loss is, like, could sometimes be used for something. How much blue does this have? Not much. Am I unhinged if I scream at my video games? Depends what you're screaming and how often. Did I go over? Only 2 speed sharpen. Kind of want that 1 point of chain crit. Otherwise, the set's actually not that great. Zenogre thing. Do you have a bounty for Stray? I have a bounty for Genshin Impact. It's a worse Kushala Soul. It gets you 5% more affinity, and it lets you potentially burn down your sharpness for Grinder, which isn't very good, but I mean, there's a concept there. Spend money on streaming Genshin, please. Just to see the people melt down. I don't know if I'm going to do that. I do have a bounty. I accepted it. I did accept it. The funny thing is that in the bounty description, they're like, do Ibushi Dual Blades have a level 3 Rampage slot? Ibushi Dual Blades do not need a level 3 Rampage slot. They're like, go ahead and roll for your favorite character. And it's like, yo, you didn't give me any Primogems. How am I supposed to do that? Oh, wow, these ingot legs were never upgraded. Oh my god, that's shocking. How was Chimera Land? It was an experience. Keep rolling until I get the pity roll. I mean, we could end up getting lucky. That's a lot of attack. Why do I have so much attack? Is it normally that high? Thunder might get up to 100. Well, I mean, with the elemental file, it'll be... I mean, the only weapon where the double sharpness also be useful can't use Hellion mode, then? In theory, the bone dual blades, but that's a lot of sharpness that you would have to put in through handicraft. You know, Hermitar maybe, but that's still like a decent amount of white you'd have to get through. Rathalos is a bit better. I'm just saying for Ibushi, you don't need it. Because you immediately proc it. Kushala, kind of. Antica, maybe. I mean, what else? You know. It's alright. I have a PlayStation Plus subscription, but, like, they introduced all these tiers, and I have no idea what the hell's going on. Like, with Game Pass, it's so easy to know what's going on. But with, like, PlayStation Plus, it's like, we've got 5 tiers. Which tier do you want? Can I play Stray for free? I haven't turned on the PlayStation. I don't know. I'll be hooking it up tonight or tomorrow to find out. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand the tiers. There should be 2 tiers. There should be a base tier and there should be a premium tier And that's it. How was the rest of the Chicho Isekai sim? It was entertaining for the full hour. I think if we played it for another hour, it would have been far less entertaining. But for 1 hour on its own, terrific. Last tier is older games and streaming. So it's like the middle tier that gets you new releases. That's so confusing. So that doesn't make any sense. I was entertained. I thought it was fun. Like, I definitely don't want to pay for, like, streaming. What is going on? Behind his face? Ah! Is there a rampage skill that increases elemental damage? I talk about it on my YouTube. You have not checked the YouTube yet. Short answer is yes. Long answer is watch the YouTube. So I think even with speed sharpen 3, this is not enough light sharpness to really make do. I think dual switch axe, you just have to be a PP boy. Did I Floby recently? I think I Flobied over the weekend. Spawn an afflicted monster with 0 afflicted rewards. I'm sure the community will figure it out. Fight Valstrax next with a hammer. Do I have to do it alone, or can I do it with followers? Purple sharpness. As long as you don't have to run handicraft to get purple, it might be worth it. Just depends on how much of a PP boy you like to be. Followers like you? Followers like Utsushi and Luchika and Hinoto. And Arlo. You running? You would. Oh, these dogs do not have the right weapons on. That's okay. Wish they added a +2 handicraft 4-slot deco? I'm sure by the time the game is finished getting its last title update, we'll get something like that. Look at him, like, tweaking out. Woo! Guess I'll keep going for the face. You just come out, right? It's not an attack. It is an attack. I mean, having a good deco for crit element is kind of fun. Focus plus 2 is okay too. It's definitely not bad. That's just a mistake. Oh, I can't believe I'm not dead. Try and get a side hop there. So easy to break the... What the hell just happened? Call the Shogun R. Kelly? I don't like that. That felt relatively easy. Sad Ibushi armor is still so bad. If you're an elemental couplet, you could use the helm. It's not good, but it'll get you more thunder. If you just want like bonus thunder. How am I doing today? I'm doing pretty good. Went for a walk. Called my mom again. Made a video. Practiced Japanese. Had a healthy lunch. And breakfast. Yeah. Impact Charge Blade? I feel like if you're running 3-piece Narwa, 2-piece Ibushi. I mean, I'm assuming you're running a Thunder or Dragon Charge Blade. It's more than I do in a week. I mean, I'm not like bragging. I'm not like, oh, see how cool I am. My day's only half over. Is Slugger worth it solo? I would run one piece of KO if I could fit it. Why not? Bougie achiever. I'm very lucky to have the lifestyle that I do. Sigma male grind set with that day. It's great. If you ever wanted to have some encouragement to help learn a new language, we have a thread currently in the Discord where we're all doing Duolingo. It doesn't have to be Japanese. It could be any language. Is Chain Crit worth it on light bowgun? I mean, 1 point is pretty nice, but if you're just doing like raw shots, it may not be worth it. You know, I mean, the final boss's chest piece, the Gape guy. Would I learn Japanese on? Right now I'm just doing Duolingo because, you know, it's easy and I'm just trying to learn the alphabet. A couple words. I'm thinking I'm going to take a college course, guys. Am I learning Japanese for Poki Poki Village? I would love to have the ability to translate games in the future. I'm not saying I'm learning it for Poki Poki Hyrule Village. Thoughts on the Duolingo Owl? If you're on a mobile device, it has some of the worst and most predatory advertisements I've ever seen in my life. That being said, you know, on PC with ad block, it is very tolerable. I don't know if that answers your question at all. Yeah, why is London on fire? Who set it on fire? Get a streak of 50 days on mobile. The app gives you a fiery logo. That's pretty cool. Right now, it's giving me Super Duolingo for free. Doesn't really do anything for me. Anyone who's curious, like, the super features aren't, like, incredibly worth it. It gives you a mistake review, but, like, that's not really going to help you that much. In my opinion. When you could just, like, literally just do the lesson again. Or you should be doing the lessons over and over again anyways. Stream playthrough of Pokey Pokey would be my victory lap. I'd rather just work on a translation. I'm not saying I'm going to do a translation. I do remember him getting very, like, not even passive-aggressive, just, like, super aggressive with me when I was trying to learn it last time. It was actually really funny. The owl. Is this good or bad? I'm probably dead here. Whoop. You appreciate element? I appreciate element. How did I not get hit there? Iframes and champ. Agitator and Rise any good? It's not bad, it's just not that exciting. You know, it's not a ton of attack. It's not a ton of raw, not compared to our other choices. Crit 7 is better? I've slowly come around back to the idea of just running Crit 7. Yeah. Crit 7 and then ideally one other skill that will get you another 5 or 10%. Yeah, there's, you know, it's not that hard to get it. I guess part of the issue is a lot of times you're fighting afflicted monsters. And afflicted monsters have a tendency to, like, go exhausted for, like, half the fight. And when they're exhausted, they're not enraged. And if they're not enraged, then why are you running Agitator? That doesn't make any sense. That's my reason. Yeah, I mean, I can't even, like, I've been on the Duolingo grind for only, like, 8 days now. I can't even really tell you that much, like, words and stuff. I'm still just learning the characters. It's not as hard as I thought it would be. I thought it'd be impossible. I thought, like, old man brain would make it impossible to learn another language, but I think you just gotta put the work in. Which character is my favorite? Ka. It's the same character that's used in Akagi. It looks like an X. Thanks for the Rent-A-Girl recommendation yesterday. It was not a recommendation. That's not what that was. I'm young. I know. I'm just kidding. It's just a joke. Look at the damage you've done. It was just a prank, big bro. Looking handsome today. I feel good today. I'm alright. Kind of sad that, like, there's really not a lot of choices for Afflicted Blood that don't just use Thunder, huh? Oh, I haven't even... Oops. Guess I probably could have put that in, huh? Didn't even need it. Why are the Roggy dual blades so good? Alright. Rent-A-Girlfriend is not the worst kind of trash. Holy crap. There's so much worse garbage out there. But yeah, it is trash, and I like to eat it. That's what you call a leading question. And I will not be led down that path. Domestic Girlfriend is way worse than Rent-A-Girlfriend. Way worse. I never finished the first season for Domestic Girlfriend, nor did I read the manga. All right, my lawyers instructed me that I have to inform you all of that. I like the LP though. The LP is pretty great. I know that's not a good reason to say you like a show, but I mean, it doesn't hurt, right? Learning Japanese so I can rent a girlfriend? No! I just always wanted to learn it, you know, and I'm like, why not? Why not just learn it? And so that's what I'm doing. If it's not purple, I don't want it. I don't want purple, and nor do I want PP. Oh, I don't have stun resistance on him. Am I learning Japanese so I can watch VTubers? Would it surprise you to hear that like I don't subscribe to like any VTubers? Occasionally, if I got like a Corona clip in my YouTube recommended, I would watch it. But like that's literally the only one. You're learning Japanese so I can talk to Moss more? Would it surprise you to know that I just messaged Moss in my DMs on Twitter like literally yesterday? What do you think about that? Oh, wow. Thanks, dogs. Did I tell him I love him? I didn't, but I will next time. I will say ski days. Moss-kun ski days. Honestly, he'd be more of a Moss-san, I guess. Moss-sensei? Not Moss. But if he called you Shepshin, I would just have to accept it. Sand boots, thank you. What is going on with him? He just keeps grabbing. Alright, if I have one complaint about Afflicted, is it always feels like there's one monster for a certain part that it just feels like far better to grind for. Like, why would you fight Tetranodon who could like grab you and like stun you and do all this stuff? Has a roar when you could just fight Hermitar. I don't know if Heartbreaker causes mobs to pop faster. Do I use a grill anymore? I almost never use a grill. I use a cast iron skillet. More good hit zones on Tetra? Hermitar is literally a 35% elemental weakness on its head. You don't get better than that. Really. Cast iron on the grill? I mean, it would work, but like, why? Like, what are you attaining there? And then you got to be careful about whether or not you're going to mess up the seasoning on your pan. So, We gotta get the grill all heated up. Is playing Sonic Barrier and Horn trolling or helping? You are trolling. You're killing your team. It's not that. I mean, honestly, it's really not that hard to get a cast iron back to life. Seriously. Damn it! The dog's doing more damage than me? No, because I don't have the right element or status on them. But they do pretty good damage. When they get the thing on their back. I mean, if you want to DPS race the monster. Oh, he's going back there. They just need to put wire bugs everywhere. Get his Enos Orb. I mean, any amount of healing while people are under afflicted is going to be appreciated. Crank up. I don't have enough wire bugs to do what I want to do. Yeah, I really should put a Master's Touch or two on this set, huh? Infinity do I have? 100? What? I think the dog's still good. 100%. Expecting less for Switch X, and I've got Attack 7. Rapid Morph 3. I just don't have any, like, sharpness skills. Causes the blood red damage number. You gotta pop like a more orb. So cheap with the blood too. Huff Feeding Attack 7 and Max Crit Eye. There's a couple pieces that are really good value. The legs are really good. The Rathalos Coil's really good. The Barioth arms are good. You could theoretically try and fit like the Teostra chest piece in. But I think Chain Crit is really good on Switch Axe, so I kind of want it there. Teoham's okay. Demigod Charm? That is not a Demigod Charm. Nobody would even question that on the TA Wiki. I mean, it's pretty good, but I mean, it's Rapid Morph. It's not like it's like Attack 3 or anything with 2 level 2s. Why you guys, what's sussy about that? It was, I earned it on stream. Rapid Morph 322 isn't pretty good, though. I mean, it's okay. I'm overstacking windproof. I promise you, I'm not. I am not targeting windproof. I thought you were, like, crapping on my talisman. I'm like, yo, screw you, buddy. Kiss my ass. I think it's okay. Is this a VOD? You gonna ask that every time you come into stream? Dogs much better than cats. If you don't need their skills, yeah. Is there a slot for agitator? No. I promise you, there's gonna be like 2 weeks of odds at the start of August. It's gonna be absolute Admageddon. Are there any good blast fast weapons? I mean, Teostra or Maldo are both good. How goes it? Goes pretty good. I mean, right now I'm going for afflicted stuff, so like I don't really need a thief cat. Lucent will drop the moment I get on the plane. I don't think so. It'll be on a Wednesday or a Thursday. However the time zones work out. It's the weapon with the worst elemental performance so far. Possibly Hammer. Hammer's kind of ass. Gunlance? I don't know. Dogs are going to do more damage than cats. That doesn't necessarily mean they're better than cats, but they will do more damage. Don't I have a Thunder Insect Wave? Even with the Charge Master skill, especially with the Charge Master skill. Especially. Now I feel bad because like I want this Insect Wave. That makes me depressed. You put Elemental Hammer over Elemental Gunlance? I mean, it's okay for them both to suck a nearly equal amount, right? I'm not gonna get anything. I mean, if it was like I promise you, the design team at Capcom wasn't like, you know what the Gasm Gorm Switch Axe needs? Elemental file with 14 element. Like, they know what they're doing. If it wasn't that way, it wasn't by accident. It's because they wanted to balance out the weapons across the monsters in like a different ratio. The thumbnail should be am, not was. Really? I got you to click it, though. All right, hold on. Can't be that badly misspelled. That's good. It's good. I'll laugh at that. Those of you missing that, delete the video. I just got annihilated. I just got completely destroyed. It's funny. What happened? Somebody played a prank on me. And it's funny. This is a good one. I didn't quite get the focus 2 hammer in your video. Now I'm legitimately being confused. What are you talking about? You don't understand why I have focus 2? Do I not explain it? Maybe I didn't. I don't know. I'll get you a refund. Double damage or something? You get another hit on the uppercut. Sack beater? I really wish there was a better variety of thunder weapons. Like, Zinogre's stuff's all okay. Some Kezu stuff comes close to okay. Like, we had good level 4 decos. But I was walking fast enough. Oh no. Sorry, I see what you said. Toby's got nothing. Toby's just, like, depressing. Uh-oh. Astalos? He has some stuff that also gets close to okay. Oh, perfect. You think they slightly think about the difficulty of monsters and just the power of the weapons accordingly? I mean, later monsters are in general just going to have better gear. I mean, in that, I don't think that's... I mean, if it was more than 20% affinity, for like Astalos and Espinos, like if we're talking like 40%, 50%, 40%, absolutely could be really good. I mean, a lot of hunting horns in general just, like, got cursed with raw. Somebody was saying that they thought that in the design team right now, there's somebody super overvaluing affinity. And for the most part, that I kind of agree with that. Like, if you're getting, like, a bonus 30 raw for losing 15% affinity. Like, that is not that big of a deal. Especially if your element is still okay. Like, crit boost is good. Crit element is also good, but like, the base stat is also like really good. Especially on like, on certain builds. Certain weapons, like, the affinity is not even that important. Feels good to be hammer. I just feel like hammer doesn't get enough damage. Oh, I said I was gonna do a Valstrax. I lied. I guess I gotta do one after this. I mean, they pretty much just give you weakness exploit for free now. What would be your action if they added non-elemental boost? Shock, I guess? It goes like completely against the design philosophy of what they've been doing so far. But I mean, whatever. I don't know. I trust this team a lot. I mean, I trust the Monster Hunter teams in general. But I think this team's done a great job. I still think it's okay for there to be some situations where, like, non-element is the way to go. Like, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Just like in theory, there could be situations where, like, poison's good. Element is better than raw in the long run? Well, not necessarily. I mean, it all depends on what the weapons are. I mean, if they decide to give us a weapon with 500 raw tomorrow, that's going to be element in virtually everything. Those are some big numbers. I'm glad you enjoyed it. That's one of you guys, by the way. Albino said it came from the Discord. I don't even know who it was. I'm sure they'll get a laugh out of it, though. That was a really fast hunt. That was almost sub 2. We have high raw weapons with good element. That's all we ever needed, though. I mean, there's really no other way to balance it unless they decided to just completely change all monsters' hit zones. Like, that's literally what you needed to do. Came from the Discord. The image of whoever had that Thunder Dual Blade set. The one that I set out to be. I mean, I think having monsters that periodically have like a 35% elemental hit zone is pretty cool. Jamizzlesaurus Rex? Thank you. Valstrax dual blades are so good, though. Would you rather use Ibushi? Who else is okay? I guess maybe Shigaru? I don't know. I think with some weapons, a 50% hit zone would be, like, terrifying. We all got baited by the Hellion. I know I did. All right, we'll do a Valstrax with Hammer with some followers. I don't really like Hammer on him, but We'll figure it out. I don't have a blast hammer yet, do I? Skyward Thrust versus Allmother next? I think Lance is really good. I just don't think I'm that good for it. Randog, thank you. Wow. There is not a good blast option. Not really. Can I play it in one run? Depends on how I'm running it. But honestly, Hunting Horn would not be a bad choice. I'll do Hammer and then I'll do Hunting Horn. You will definitely need to remind me though. Is this a PP lot? I want to be a PP boy. I hate being a PP boy. I don't like it. I wonder if we'll get over 100 poison with this. Valstrax, I think, actually does take okay poison damage. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he takes terrible poison damage. I could have sworn he took okay damage. I guess not. CLO. Maybe I'll use something else. It's Blast he takes okay from. I have no idea what to use. I mean, I could just go Rowlet. It's the egg. The egg's actually not that much. It's actually worse raw damage than just using, like... Oh, that's interesting. Why do I put that there? Because I don't need to sharpen. That's why. He takes 0 dragon damage. Just so that we're all on the same page. I mean, it's easy to fit PP in, and if you're running Switch Axe, it is probably worth running PP. Rowlet, the monster takes 0 elemental damage for like nearly the entire hunt. Not on his legs. I am not going to be running, what is it? Mind's Eye. PP, Protective Polish. Use Power Prolonger? I mean, Power Prolonger isn't that necessary anymore. You just land the counters. But I mean, you do you. I mean, PP is definitely a good skill. I'm not saying it's not a good skill. I'm just saying I don't like running it. That's all I'm saying. That's really annoying. Yeah, for some reason they only want to give us Gasm weapons. defense grinder too. Amazing. Oh, that's interesting. They will steal it and ride him. If you have rides disabled. Thought I liked Death Punch better for Dragon Hammer. This monster doesn't take any Dragon Hammer. Literally 0. This is just a raw set. He does on the legs. Does he take Dragon on the legs? Seriously. That in a water strike? I've used it a couple times this fight. This hammer would be very good if we ever got, like, Apex weapons back. I mean, we could still get Apexes back. It's not going to be impossible. Oh, that's cool. I could see Lucent being like Valstrax weapons, but with worse raw and purple and good affinity. Like, I think actual 280 raw weapons. It's my prediction. Because they're going to be high in affinity. They will be high in sharpness. They will probably have poison. So, like, something's got to give. Might have nice armor. Saving Basil will probably have high raw and slots. No slots. Probably no slots. Weapon will have slots. They will have 8 level 2. It should be illegal to make it to have attacks in this game that you can't water strike. That's all I'm gonna say. It should be illegal. Somebody needs to get arrested for that. I got the water. I want to point out I got the water strike. I did. I did get it. There'll probably be new Rampage decos released when they introduce new title updates. Let's debate out counterlets. I mean, you're right. Hunt without monsters. You just not see me get my face melted off? Making a mod to switch every monster to count as aerial? Not the monsters that don't have... Like, you're not going to turn Gasm into one, right? That was so smooth. Holy crap, that was so good. That was pretty fast. Is that 8 minutes? I'm not getting a mantle. Why would you even say that? I don't think full Valstrax would ever be good. You lose too much. It's not going to be in the rewards. You did get a mantle today. You've always got good luck. Hunting Horn trying to better use the new combos. Well, I don't know that the new combos are really that important or necessary. Why are you praying no mantle? Why would you do that? How come you have PS controls on PC? Is DualShock compatible? I mean, Steam will accept all sorts of controls. You see how I build the Tia Horn? I'm going to change some stuff around. And then, yeah, you could switch the buttons to, like, whatever you want. This is a PP set. I hate it! I want to be a PP boy. How's my day been? It's actually been a really good day. Thank you, Joker-kun. How was your day? The nice thing is I don't have to, like, fit any elemental things in. Not sure if I like it. Gets us up to 65. Better to be a PP-let than a white Cooper. So, the only thing Protective Polish does for us is like 7% more raw. I'm using four points to get that. If I had full crit, right, so like I was at... What is that, 60%, 65%? 40, 55, 65. If I added full crit there, I think it would just be better. And then I don't have to be a PP boy anymore. Same investment as Master's Touch. I don't think I'm gonna need it. Well, I might need like a point or two. Like look, you're not gonna. I'm not gonna argue. Like, definitely not the best weapon in the world for crit, You know, hunting horn. But like, you know, when you land a physical hit now, sometimes you're like, wow, that's actually like a surprisingly large amount of damage. Now I don't. 2 points of mastery is good enough? Absolutely. Unless you're spamming. Not listening to a beat. Oh, hold on. I made a mistake. I always do this. This is our most intensive combo. Really does not do a lot of damage. This song hits because, like, no element. But you wouldn't use this combo on this weapon. Triangle, circle, triangle, circle. It's the classic. No, I mean, if I were to do a combo, if I design one here, I'd probably do like this. Senpai, it should download automatically. Super Sorrow, hello. I don't need it, I don't need you anymore at Sushi. Could I do like Fiorane and Rondine? They're usually pretty fun together. I like the girls, and I'm not being like horny for them either. I just like them. I think they're a lot of fun. So horny PP user would say. That just means they're upgraded, Lewis. They're stronger than usual. Not by like a dramatic amount, but like maybe like 10% stronger than usual. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know for the Switch if it has to download it automatically. I assume once the title update installed, you automatically had Sunbreak installed. That most recent title update. That's definitely a lot of numbers. Unprotected polish. There's like monkeypox and stuff going around. You should probably protect with polish. hit. Yeah. This will sharpen. Good job, dogs. That's going pretty well. Health regen, attack up, defense up, and health recovery small is pretty nice to have. The bad version in the old games? I mean, Razor Sharp was pretty nice for Gunlance. If you were actually, like, using shelling in the old games. Think you were spamming egg too much? I mean, egg is good. Egg is really more of like a maneuver you do when you've got a big opening. Did they say they're going to allow the squids for Valstrax? He's like gonna fly right into. Oh, he's just banned here. Because they're like, you can just go to another map, I guess, right? How many times are you gonna do your beat? Knock it up. Rondine is so good. She's very tricky. I might use it after power up. Rondine will throw flash bombs too. Oh, they even go for the correct hit zones. I'm trying to think if there's that many monsters that have, like, not the head is their best hit zone. What the hell was that? Saw him go for the shell. I don't know if he broke it. I mean, not that there was time to do anything. Not what charge sack is the best hit zone. It's pretty good, yeah. I don't know if there's anything much better. You look like you want to run. Fiorine, just attack! He's running! Followers aim for unbroken parts. I don't know, it'd be a fun video to try and like compare the different followers. He was one hit away, Fiorine. If you just poked him, we could have gotten him. You like Luchiko? As long as she doesn't die, she's probably the most damaged. Hinoa with Hunting Horn is very nice at keeping you alive. This is my second hunt. Just an orb. Tio Elemental File actually might be nice, although I already made the Maldo one. But specifically for elemental damage, Jelly Mail? Does a Jelly Mail give you Blast Up now? Oh, it does. Tio Waist and Jelly Chest. That's too much. That's going too far. You love the recent video? Thank you very much. I'm glad you liked it. Oh, all right. I mean, here's the deal. I'm gonna use. I'll make it. I'll make it. I like Switch Axe. But yeah, I mean, you kind of want. If it has native purple, you kind of want protective polish. Maybe orange 10-1. Ew. I mean, it's not bad, but why? Big fan of small drama Shepard. Omega petty Shepard. Plotting revenge against somebody who doesn't even know that they're in his crosshairs. Yeah. I feel like I don't even really need rapid morph on this set, because like I'm just gonna do zero sums on the head over and over because everything else sucks. Is getting the minus plot? I don't even know who posted the set. To be real with you, I don't want to know. Some innocent person posted a screenshot that I took offense to. Is that a gun? No. It's not. It's not a gun. Where'd the jelly go? I'm like kind of into it. What offended you? That they posted a set that could have had higher numbers. Does this give element +5? $52. No. Was I named in the post? No, it was just somebody in the spoiler thread just posted a Narwa set with a high amount of thunder. Did you not watch the video? There's a video today. You watch the video. You'll get the full story. It's very good. I think Jelly Chest is better there. I mean, it's less than 5 minutes, but you could watch it, and then I'm probably still going to be building this set in 5 minutes. It's not very long. The focus is actually really nice. 100 plus Thunder Sword and Shield? That is nothing compared to what I got the dual blades up to. I mean, it's good. I'm sure it's good. But let's not get too excited, okay? I'm sure Zen is a better player than me, too. Like, I'm not even arguing that. I'm just saying I got a very large number. That's all I'm saying. All right, so we want the Tio Soul in here. Definitely want to finish Blessed. And we already got 2 points. We may as well go 3. Hello? Have I ever made one? Insecure streaming? Absolutely. 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 I'm not arguing it. I'm putting up 0 defenses. Where is it? I don't have any. Yeah, 20%'s pretty good. Can I get attack 7? Of course I can. I mean, this is really a Blastlit set, right? You're respecting for not relying on the ass to build sets. I don't know. I think maybe it's a little bit more interesting if you actually try to build it yourself. I might actually just use the TO arms. I'm ignoring you? How am I ignoring you? What was your question? I didn't even see it. What was your question? What the hell are you guys talking about? I'm trying to build a set. Don't bother me. Does Crit Element work on Blast? It should. Someone answered in chat too? You guys, get a life. Okay? I'm not trying to be a dick. Maybe I am. All right? Sorry. I'm not here to bend to your every whim. Streamer's ignoring me. I'm gonna leave. Fine. Go. I don't care. I don't think it's gonna worth building in Critical Element, to be honest with you. I think it's gonna kind of suck. I don't even know what the question is. Critical element and status. Yes. What am I gonna do? Tenderizer? Tenderizer? That sucks. Whatever. Is it 40, 70? Crit element works with status. If you watched every single one of my YouTube videos, you would know the answer to that. I'm just gonna put that out there. The fact that you've not watched all my videos means you are not real fan, fake fan, and I will not. Critical element doesn't work with status. It does work. You didn't even know I had a YouTube channel? Well, now you do, and now you'll watch it. Here. Prove it. Hold on. I need the other one. If it works on poison, it's going to work on status. This might take a couple times. We gotta proc it. Consider the best followers weapons to take on support surveys. Hunting horns are pretty nice. This is really depressing. I like the Scorn Switch Axe as a raw weapon. I don't like it as a blast weapon. Alright, so it did not get poisoned in that hit. This may or may not work, because I maybe needed more base poison. But you're about to feel it. Call this garbage on. Oh. I just want to make sure, like, I actually crit when I land it. Because otherwise, we'll have to do it again. Like I said, it maybe requires a higher base poison than what I put in here. There's a distinct possibility that will happen. But if I land it that first try, it's going to be very satisfying. Just gonna have to work backwards. Just gotta work backwards. Hold on. Now you gotta wait. He's fine. Just give him a second. Farm decoration materials from Master Rank. I think you might have got to go back, but I think there might be an event quest that will get you the old ones. They changed it. I swear it worked. I've got videos of it working. I have videos where it worked. I swear to God. I mean, it does say elemental damage, but I swear to God it used to work. I'm not gaslighting you. It used to work. They changed it. They were afraid. No, you'd have to have a base Rise game. I know what I saw. I know what I believe. Unpatched Switch version? Just hold it up to the camera. It's probably been patched. Jen is on the Switch all the time. This will probably work. I used to test it on the high rank Chameleos Greatsword. All the way up with Venom, and like crit status would get it to you. Nice to have the status up food buff too. No, but it should have been. It should have been enough. I don't know, maybe it wasn't. But I think it should have been enough. Well, blessed. You can have food buffs in the training area, yeah? Specialist, everything else like that works. You know, stamina skills, all that stuff. Maybe if I wasn't a PP boy, it would be better for my blast damage. No, you can't make him mad. DSC did some testing and he's like, I forget if he's like always on the verge of enraging or he's like the farthest away from enraging, but. J-Squid, thank you. That is not a good position. Adversary mod released yet? Yep. I haven't made a video on it yet. I will at some point. Ethical monkeys, thank you. Primelet? I will not judge you for being a Primelet, thank you. Thank you for the commission. Is max crit boost worth it? Absolutely worth it. I mean, in almost every situation. This one set doesn't happen to have it. Current meta for Chibi, just SAD spamming? You might see a lot of speedruns with SAD spamming because that might be the fastest in that way, but for playing normally, I think Savage Axe is still very good. Did it again. That is the leg. Not gonna get anything there. Well, he came like he filled up the whole tunnel. I couldn't evade him. He filled up the whole thing. It's kind of crazy that you get both your pets on these quests. What am I doing?
No.
Max attack or max crit boost? Well, max attack is almost definitely better on a switch axe than max crit boost. Your files don't crit, so... How many blasts we're still getting? Ooh. That was kind of funny. I'll go for the tail, why not? That is back. Sushi is dying? I'm dying. Never mind. Whoa! Maybe I shouldn't have gone for the tail. This is mildly concerning. I'm not really worried. I mean, I've got a Hinoa. Am I tripling? I don't think I've tripled in a while. Triple card incoming. Maybe. I think our fastest run yet has been Hammer. Carded in Zenogre Apex event? I mean, he's still probably pretty hard. I'm sure he's still got some really high attack multipliers. Triple card. That's a little surprising. I guess there's a hitbox directly near me. I gotta be careful. Get him! I forgot he had that. Kitinator.
So good.
Did I just hop that? No! Thank you. Look at that. I am not going for the tail right now. I'm taking this kill while I can still get it. Oh yeah, no, you could put them both on it. It's maybe not necessary to get Utsushi on it. I just thought it'd be fun to have bonus blast. Hanoa on her own is probably good enough. Honestly, wonder if exhaust file might have been better there, or just straight up power file. I didn't feel like I really got the value out of blast on that. Could I have died and just gotten one that way? Technically. Time for more streamer luck. Not good, but different. Can't win them all. Am I pooping or something? That is exactly what I'm doing. Chain crit 2 with a level 3 slot and 2 level 1 slots is kind of neat. Still doing backroom deals? Nope. I just have that turned off. But thank you for reminding me. I should probably check the cats after this. Can you show me your build? Only if you promise never to use it because it's not very good. For Switch Axe or for the Switch Axe? I mean, this is what I'm using right now. I'm not saying it's good. I don't think it's good. His hand still hurts after moving the hardtop? Maybe you should see the doctor. Let me show you my Ice Switch Axe set. I don't like it. I gotta switch it. Can min-max time by using the instant melt things? Ugh, I don't want to do that either. Why not have backroom deals always on? I have no interest in any of the things that they give me. Actually, hold on. I don't want to use ice. I want to use dragon. You know, now that we have Valstrax Fire, could I use that here? Would I like it more? Oh, actually, it's not even night and day. It's actually kind of close. I mean, if you want to use the accelerant, then yes, do backroom deals. I just don't. I just don't care. I just don't care to do that. Yeah, I don't think the Valstrax axe is worth the extra 10 raw. It's like this gets like 9 more dragon. And the 2/2 slots is really pretty great. Make Valstrax greatsword? I don't know about that. Does he use Master's Touch? It does. Is it good at it? Valstrax horn? That's what I'm going to make. Thank you for reminding me. The Shigaru horn is just sad. Your favorite status? Sleeping. Because I like to sleep. What if I didn't really care about maxing out rapid morph? Hunting only gets 280? There's a good reason for that. I like the Citadel. I think the goo maybe is too powerful, but I mean in general, I don't have any beef with the Citadel. Was that blast damage? No. I guess I could drop 1 attack for 1 more Master's Touch. I just think it would just keep us in white like a lot longer. You wish there was another camp in the Citadel? There is, though. This feels way better. How much raw do we actually lose? It's probably like 8. Probably somewhere around there was 395. So what is it like? Give me like 403. There are no words. There are no words for how good I am at this video game. There are no words. 8's nice, but the benefit of being in white over blue is definitely worth it. And if I don't have like full grinder, it's not great. What's the Citadel goo do? Things get stuck in the goo when you knock them down in the goo. $50 Insect Glaive uses? What am I up to? $138? That's more light bowgun than I would like to see. What layered armor am I using? I have a video on my YouTube channel that will tell you exactly how to make it. You should watch it. How do I feel about this weapon distribution? I'm pretty okay with it. I wish there was more hammer. I wish there was less bowgun. saw no layered armor on my YouTube. Hold on. They didn't see it. That's not going to help them because they didn't see the specific video. There you go. I would just like to say that the newest video I have is apparently doing very well. Am I at my most successful when I am at my most petty? Is that how that works? Apparently. Drama Tuesdays. I love the face Michael Jordan is making in that picture because you can't quite point what emotion it is, but you know it's very strong. Disappointed I beat it by 3 element though. My brother in Christ, I got double the raw power. Read the newest comment on the video. I could have used the level 4 booster dongo for the setup to get a tiny bit of extra raw. I mean, I don't care. Really weird vibe, not gonna lie. I'm gonna use this. I mean, I don't care. I mean, they can make a video if they want. The challenge for them would be for them to make a video and then be with the numbers Sienna Tar under 2 minutes, which isn't difficult. Christ doesn't exist. I mean, hey, don't get me wrong. I'm not religious in any way, so no worries there. Glad you didn't read my comment. Well, what did it say? Probably something about streamer will show build but will not show whole. Dragon King DLC and Stranger Paradise later. It said it was coming out on the 20th. Is it out today? Tomorrow. Purple sharpness, rarely worth it. Sharpness skills, too expensive. It's a hard ask. Oh, damn it. I mean, I just got time zone, is what happened. Happens to the best of us. I would almost argue that anything that requires even one handicraft to reach purple is not worth it. I don't like Strangers of Paradise compared to Neo 2. I like Neo 2 more. But I think Strangers of Paradise does some interesting things. You know, with Garngolm, it would actually be worth going for White Sharpness. Probably. I'm dead. Stray is up today. Is it time to be a cat? Maybe. I don't have the game yet. I have PS Plus. I don't know what it converted me to, though. Would you let Jack crack your back in the same way he does to Sahagins? Sure. I'm not a PS peasant. Like, I'm pretty sure I've got Plus. Stray is a walking sim where you can't even jump without a button prompt. That doesn't necessarily sound good. That doesn't sound good. A lot of people are getting really excited about it. I mean, I like cats. I think we're going to be playing Strangers of Paradise, though. I mean, I'm not going to do it now. I don't have time to set it up now. But I'll have it ready for tomorrow. I was thinking about checking it, just like I checked the news, it said the 20th. But I'm assuming they just meant that was the UTC time. I should have known better to check time zones. Nice video today. You like that you filmed it almost like reality TV? Is that the vibe you get from it? Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Oh. Longsword favors raw or element? Probably depends on the monster you're fighting. In general, I have not been particularly impressed by Lunagron weapons, though. Why did I do that rather than heal? It's a mystery even to me. Yellow Row, Waga, Dual Blades. I don't know what those are. I don't know what a Gila Row Waga is. Are you threatening me? I don't know what Gila Row Waga is. Alicant's Dual Blades? Just use Valstrax. Unless you don't want to use Valstrax, in which case, like, I don't know. What do you want me to tell you? Fraud streamer doesn't even know Gala Waga. Did I not get that? This is probably it. I really like this switch axe. Can I farm All Mother for you? I've been pretty bad about doing viewer hunts after the stream. I'll be real with you right now. Valstrax dual blades without Elemental Bane better than Alacanth with Elemental Bane. As good as Elemental Bane seems like it would be on dual blades, in nearly every situation where you have the anti-species skill, the anti-species skill is going to be better. The only situation I could see this not being the case is on Gazumgorm. You're farming him. Maybe Alacanth come out a little bit ahead. I wouldn't go for Valstrax Soul either. They buff Elemental Exploit? Nope, it's exactly the same. Which is to say, generally not worth it. Because the split on dual blades, generally speaking, is 2/3 raw, 1/3 element. Which is to say, that's a lot of damage from element, but you still get a lot of benefit from raw. Hey. I'm gonna make an Insect Glaive. It's crit effect status. Not anymore. I don't think. I don't know. Can I cover the mantle? Sus? Yes. I hacked that in. A new video idea for Crit Element? I don't think anybody's going to care about that video. I honestly have no idea. Like, I study little to nothing about what people want to see in a video. I should probably, like, take it more seriously. I just make whatever I think might be an interesting video. Is Red Exploit better than Elemental Bane? It is, but really you should probably watch my video on Rampage Decos. The COVID 2020, yikes. You think they'll ever bring Monster Hunter back to what it was? No. However, to your benefit, someday there will be a fan-localized version of Monster Hunter Frontier, and you could just play that. There was a video of your triple carts this week on YouTube. Have you seen any triple carts yet? You haven't? Because there haven't been any. You like that my topics are unique? What are most topics about? I don't even know. I don't really watch. I watch, like, Zen, Harukin, Moss if he posts something. It's almost exclusively it's Japanese speedrunners I'll watch. I like Cow's videos sometimes. But I'm going to finish the trial, Pete. It's done. It's been done like 3 times in a row. The fact that you haven't seen any of them means you're not a real fan. Fake fan. A passionate rage gaming viewer. Did you know that this is not related to your comment, but do you know that when you block somebody's videos from showing up in your feed, they still show up when you search for videos? It's unfortunate. Just an unrelated comment to what we were just talking about. No Thunder Insect Glaive, right? I'll start with this. If you made a montage of monster dunks with loud repeating air horn sounds, would you watch it? Probably not. I don't know. I don't want to hurt my ears. It's a lot of thunder. Would watch you a speedrun doing sticky? I mean, is it just you doing a speed run using sticky, or is there like something else going on? Oh no. I gotta be a PP let here. I hate it. The purple's probably worth it though. 10% more element. Can I repeat the Japanese speedrunners I watch? Zen, Hurricane, Moss TKM. Is Grinder 1? I hate it. It is small PP. I hate it. We can get attack 6. It's fine. It's good enough. Big Pepiga energy? I don't know if I've been too Pepiga today. Cow Slayer. He does like Gunlance videos. I like the way he approaches his topics. Although I don't think he's a Japanese runner. He's a runner. What weapon benefits the most from elemental builds in Sunbreak? I guess technically bowguns, but all weapons do now. I have a god attack charm. I know, I'm a Fairweather talisman fan, I guess. It's just worth running. There's really no good reason not to. Have I filled out the Capcom survey? I did. And I downloaded that wallpaper, I installed the wallpaper, and I then immediately uninstalled the wallpaper. Are there not that many good non-sweaty arms? They seem whatever to you. Maximum might 1, crit boost 1, 2 points of crit eye, and a level 1 slot? Doesn't seem good to you? I don't know. I mean, Rathalos arms are okay, I guess. Jaggy arms are acceptable. Charade arms are great if you just want to have like be protected. Crit boost is from the level 2 slot, correct? Do you have all normal weapons maxed out? No. Playing with a 9 damage weapon? Is there some sort of anti-insect glaive rhetoric going on out there? I think I need blood. I'm gonna fight up I mean, the nice part about the Barioth arms is it's a convenient source of maximum might, which makes it so you can go from your 90% affinity to 100%, which is pretty convenient. There's definitely a lot of choices when it comes to arms. Depends what weapon you're using. I mean, if you're using dual blades, obviously you would never have it up. But if you're doing like a lot of Tetraseal slashes, you're going to be like standing on the ground quite a bit, then I mean, it should be fine. I'm not using the correct bug. Health drain skills are powerful? I mean, if you need them, I guess. See ya. Peace out! I'm not that ashamed. Do I miss Celtis Queen? No. No, not really. I like bug monsters, but I mean, I don't like love Celtis Queen. I'd rather get the Scorpion from Frontier. I would assume that swapping out a Carve Master disables it. Like, I don't need maximum might up the entire time, but like, enough of the time is okay. It's just locking that last 10%. I think they just got rid of World's Maximum Might because they realized pretty correctly that it was too powerful. Are they getting rid of Weakness Exploit then? The entire game is designed around Weakness Exploit now, I feel like. Maximum Might got nerfed when Iceborne got released. I'm kind of low on that sharpness. Sharpen me? Does Rise use Iceborne's version of Maximite? You actually keep the stamina for a little bit after you use the stamina, but then it goes away, and then it takes a little bit for it to come back. It's not that bad as long as you're not constantly like dodging or using stamina. Like obviously it's going to be a little bit mixed on Insect Glaive. You know, the whole aerial thing. It does stick around for a little bit in Iceborne, but then it takes a while for it to come up again once you're at max stamina. And then if you've got Maximum Might Secret, it's just like the old version. Whenever you're at full stamina, it is active. For some reason I thought Insect Glaive might be a little bit more interesting on Daimyo Hermitaur, but I feel like I'm just spamming Tetra Slash. That's because I am. I do like fighting the good. Break the other claw, there's no reason to. You don't get more rewards. I was in my spin. You jerk. I think a bird just hit my window. And he's not happy. Sorry, I was very distracted. Card blamed on bird? I totally heard him. I'm gonna go check on him after this. This happened one other summer. I tried to take care of the bird. It did not work. Biggest cope of all time? I mean, the bright side, he's still making noises. Is he okay? Well, at the very least, he definitely bonked his head. We made forklift driving more enjoyable? Thank you. He's there to isekai me to the Matsuno universe? I'm ready. Just observe and come back. I'm not going to put him in a box right away. I think he's all right. I think he hit the screen, and so he probably, like, bounced. Hitting the screen is... no, I don't see him. So, unless some creature scuttled out of the woods and grabbed him immediately, he's only dazed, and then he flew away on his own. Is there anything else weak to Thunder? I'm not eating the bird. It's messed up. Let's do a gargoyle. Am I outside? I'm in my solarium. Water dual blades? Water's always been kind of like the sad element in Rise. Anjanath? Am I playing with Thunder Soul? No. No, I'm not doing that setup on this. Scoring Maldo? I wouldn't go out of your way to make a heavy water set on Maldo. He just doesn't have very good elemental hit zones. That's my opinion. You can disagree with it. I don't really care. I think the Mizu weapons are like also like a little low on raw. The Affinity's just kind of okay. I'm trying to think what would even have raw heavy water. Mitsu, maybe? Kind of? It's not Almadron. Oh, maybe, yeah. Maybe Fire Arachnid. That's a good point. Sometimes forget that water exists. That monster exists. Crabs, maybe. I have no idea how this guy fights, by the way. Like face tanking everything. Thank God for my pets. The one thing about the video, Zarvane, is like there can always be tiny exceptions for other things, but for the most part, you're never making a bad decision by just using the right anti-monster deco. Like, I'm not even using the right one right now. Now that I realize that, it actually feels kind of bad. But that's kind of how it goes. The Chameleos one is basically the one I would never use. But then again, like, you'll always get some mild benefit out of it, I guess. It's got a really bad cooldown. It's like a minute. If you think I'm not going to goo him, you are very mistaken. If the cooldown were like 20 seconds or 30 seconds, it might be a fun option. I don't know if it'd be a good option, but it'd be a fun option. At a minute, it just feels like you haven't done anything. When the monsters get stuck in it, that takes them longer to get up when they're tripped. That arm just sweeps so far. Like, up at the tail. You can see it right now. Goop. They're using they're using status up. Toads are going crazy. Nader, I feel it in my bones. got a tail break, right? Oh, I went right into it. Actually clapped. Not really sure if I should bother sharpening or not. Well, something's gonna happen no matter what. Maybe the Rathalos will just go away. Nice. It's a really fun fight. Seems relatively weak to paralysis. Tried out the Gather Consect much, the one that collects all the powder. Powder Vortex? I played with him the most in the demo. I feel like Tetra Seal doesn't work super well with him because your attack flies around all over the place. You gotta kind of use the infinite combo, and that feels kind of lame. But then again, with Tetra Seal, I find myself just spamming Tetra Seal nonstop, so maybe that's lame too. Todd, are you in the UK, Frenchie? Are you in the US? Or are you some other place? In my backyard? Are you the one that just hit my back window? Started making chirping noises? Oh. Are you okay? It sounded like you hit it kind of hard. We're in the same state. It's not that bad. I mean, not compared to the UK. UK's like dying right now. I'll do one more hunt with Insect Glaive. We'll switch it up after that. Favorite monster in this game? They're all good monsters. What's happening in the UK? It's just a really big heat wave. I think it's the hottest that's ever been on record. How do you get the third pet to do deals in the Argosy? Check your subquests. They'll tell you. What's your favorite way to add the word favorite to automod? I had Ed telling me the other day that he's added the word favorite to automod in one of his channels, and I said I'll never need to do that. For some reason. Ever since he mentioned that, I've noticed how often people just use the word favorite. That's really sad, Kinesis. You don't have air conditioning in the UK? Is it like never hot there? Or? Oh, Jesus Christ. Is your favorite type of ice cream? I like weird flavors. Like pumpkin and stuff like that. Just annihilated. Neither Hinoa or Fiorrain could save me there. No AC in houses? I mean, do you not, like, can you not get, like, a window unit? Or, like, a portable AC? We're testing now. How quickly I can die to Afflicted Baldo. Or not Afflicted Baldo. Whatever he's called. The windows aren't designed to support window units? Well, you can get the little portable ones. Frode Gamer, my advice is every day you play Generations or Generations Ultimate, every time you start, do one Gathering Small Monster Quest, and every time you're about to stop, do one. But don't try to grind them all out. It's not worth it. Oh yeah, thank you. I mean, I'm sure whatever problems that are going on in the UK is not something that Twitch chat can solve, unfortunately. But it's not like global warming's going away. So, I don't know. Gotta figure something out. I mean, it's not even just that it's, like, hot. It's, like, really, really hot. Wow, so lucky. Roads are melting and the rails are buckling? Is that true? That sounds insane. It can't be that hot. It definitely can be. I mean, I'm not in disbelief of that. I'm sure it could get that hot. What's 39 in Fahrenheit? That sounds like a big number. Is that 100 and 102? 102 is really good. 102 is extreme. What's the temperature in Phoenix, Arizona right now? I'm not saying like if they can handle it in Phoenix, you can. 108 in Phoenix? Jesus Christ. When your country starts approaching Phoenix, Arizona temperatures, that is not good. Something. And Arizona can use swamp coolers, that's true. Why am I sharpening? I was trying to heal. Oh no. This might be it. Swamp cooler? It's like ice that you put a fan on. Something like that. Is that right? And yeah, because of the low humidity, you're better able to take advantage of the fact that water will evaporate. I mean, much more energy efficient than an AC. Is the sun blowing up? I mean, it is an explosion. The sun hasn't changed. It's the ozone layer, I believe, that's the real issue. Oh, that was so good! Glad he's running away. Time travel? You can only really go forward in time. You can't really go backwards in time. Unfortunately. But I mean, that might be fun. Or it could be terrible. Like, you go forward in time, 200 years is like nobody around. Oops. From the future. I saw a video yesterday about the time-traveling hipster, and I thought that was really funny. It's a big explosion. Please. I don't need the car. I mean, even if you could have just shut down, like, automobiles, things would have still been, like, relatively okay. I don't know. Hey. Gatherer Cat really taking care of stuff today. I'm not tree. What's the lore for this cool monster? He's filled with hatred. How's his greatsword? It might be nice to run, Master's Touch on that. That might be enough purple. Compared to Teostra, where you would need to run PP. And, like, you don't really care about the blast. Persistent are those who try to outbuild the Screamer. I don't know about that. I even got the orb to make it too. Maybe I will make it. It does look really nice. Let me just see if there's anything else I'd rather use. Even if I drop down to white, it wouldn't be the end of the world. It's like Kimura, except you get blast. Which, I mean, that's not nothing. Chimera Greatsword is a popular greatsword because it's easy to make and it's got good slots. Yeah, so it's got a lot of things going for it. Especially if you want focus. You'd fit focus in pretty easily there. The McRib actually does look okay. Truth be told, McRib's probably not that bad. The issue is dealing with the affinity. But you don't really have to worry too much about the sharpness. But that affinity would pull it back a little bit. Just run the fighter cat? You could. I mean, a lot of people still run strong arm stance. Can you make crit charge master greatsword? That's not going to be me. That's not me. I'm not that guy. How are McRibs made? They're made with pork. In fact, there is a economic indicator from the McRib that determines whether or not, like, the pork is in season or not. You know, I think I was saying before, I kind of like the Ceregios greatsword. But, I mean, I don't know. With the Barioth arms, I feel like you don't really need the extra 10% affinity. I think there's just enough purple sharpness there that Master's Touch would be enough. I will make it. Why not? Commendation. Do a multi-monster quest, right? Is this one? I really don't know if it is. I think that's it. Was saying about fans localizing one of the Monster Hunter games? I can't talk about it. But Monster Hunter fans in the West have something to look forward to. Just regular commendation. Oh, right. Materially affects elemental files and charge blade. It doesn't. An actual translation or fan? Have you seen any official news? Ragi Greatsword's actually pretty good. Guess what? It's Rise. Don't look at it. is not 1. It's 350 raw with like chunky white sharpness. And like good enough. Poison. I guess I forgot to put a rampage slot in here again. I mean, most weapons that have 350 raw like have like really bad affinity. This one doesn't even have bad affinity. It even has good slots. It even has usable white sharpness. It even has poison. It's the best paralysis sword and shield and sunbreak. How many are there? 2? I gotta do that math for you? M. Dumas, thank you. I'm gonna tell you what your choices are. You're gonna have a weapon that does probably some paralysis and acceptable raw, and you have a weapon that does barely any raw and somewhat acceptable paralysis. Arena quest? No. I mean, it's really not. Gogamoa? I'd love to see the monkey. Can you imagine beating up the little monkey? There's a para insect glaive that I think is like kind of okay. I think it's got like 300 raw and white sharpness. Can I compare Seregios and Garngolm greatswords? I mean, Seregios is nice. Gets you... fills up the last 10% of affinity you need. Garngolm, on the other hand, you don't need to run any sharpness skills, and it's got, like, what, 340 raw? Oh, Garngolm's greatsword. I mean, what about it? You gonna get up to white sharpness? You enjoyed your dual blades? You want all the smoke, Shepard? I don't know what that means, but thank you. Is glaive raw again, or is elemental better? Unless stated otherwise, you should probably run element on your weapons. Like, this is fine. 320 raw with 22 paralysis. 330 raw with white and 30 paralysis? That's even better. That is perfectly usable. Jelly's fine for what it is. I would use Jelly over Cat Claws. Thunder T is using Furious instead of Narwhal for Insect Glaive. The Raw might be better. And you still get like a little bit of Thunder. And you don't have to run, you could run Master's Touch instead of running anything else. Probably depends on what you're fighting. I mean, Furious is basically just a raw weapon. It helps your bug a little bit, but... When you say TA, you mean speed runs or TAs? Because, like, a level 1 rampage slot, like, you'd want to have pets. Is Master's Touch easier to get than PP? PP is the easiest skill in the game to get, but... Master's Touch means you don't have to sharpen all the time. use an orb too. Why does everyone hate sharpening? What's to like about it? Should we like it? I don't mind sharpening. I dislike having to sharpen before I do anything. Before I even hit the monster, I'm sharpening. Honed Edge set to avoid sharpening. Maybe on dual blades I'd consider it. It is only a level 2 deck though. This is the best glaive right now, Valstrax. I mean, it's the best dragon insect glaive. I mean, it's got 340 raw. I mean, it's not bad, I guess. I might even just run an extra point of handicraft. Oh, these are the Baroth arms. I don't want those. Hold on, what am I doing? Hold on. Actually, maybe it's okay. I was gonna switch this for Gasm Gorm, but the only thing I really get out of that would be Chain Crit and Resentment. Those don't even do anything anyways. Use the Strong Arm stance. I mean, I'm planning on doing Surge Slash. I'll just do it. I'm gonna do it this way. I'm gonna stay with what I was doing. I don't know that these arms are best, but I mean they're fine for what I need them to do, I guess. Oh wait, hold on. Now I realize my problem. Okay, hold on. Brain warning. I want Rathalos here. I mean, Foray Sword and Shield is not like that bad, I guess. That, and then this, because I want 100%. What I'm wearing is the meta set. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways to piece it together, I guess. It's good. I mean, I'm not running Dereliction. Dereliction would be stronger. But if I'm not doing TA runs, it's just like getting my balls pounded. I just don't really want my balls to be pounded. Casual? I know. I guess Master's Touch goes here. I'd seek out ball pounding. I mean, I did a lot of ball pounding in the beginning. Isn't Chain Crit the meta set? Well, Chain Crit doesn't work on status. But if you have Element, yeah, you should probably have it. Sherpa. Is Blood Right a decent healing option? I feel like it's pretty limiting. It's not bad, it's just like kind of limiting. Well, it's got 3 points of speed sharpen. That should be okay. That should be okay for the most part. I really like the way it looks. It's a very good looking greatsword. Is it worth to use element on greatsword now? Probably. Depends on the monster. There's some really good greatswords with element on them. Surge Slash also hits a lot now as well. The last hit on Surge Slash does a lot of elemental damage. I mean, put it to you this way. The two highest raw greatswords in the game both happen to have element on them. Surge Slash is combo 1. There's a bunch of different ways to build Surge Slash. You've got your triangle, you've got your circle, you've got your triangle, circle. I made a video on it. Did you not watch it? Uh-oh. Explosion at Hoover Dam? Did something happen? Seriously? Can you get my videos? They're like 5 minutes each. Not even that long. That's sad. Is everybody... I mean, I want to say something dumb, like, is everybody okay? I mean, if there's an explosion, I mean, that's bad. It's a small explosion? Oh. Okay. You interested in a new lion and it killed the other lion? What a dick. Depends on what's going on, you know. I definitely mix up the final combo a little bit more now, to be honest with you. The fire was out before the first responders arrived. Well, that sounds okay then. What happened? This is not Surge Slash. What is going on? Well, we'll figure it out. No guard tackle? Just the tackle. Is that how you like to restore your sharpness? Guard tackling? It's an alternative to PP. Wait, why are you still up? Alright, well he's running, so we can... we can fix whatever the hell is going on right now. I mean, everything else is kind of fine. I never use backslide. Equip guard tackle. I don't have any guard. Nor do I have the defense grinder skill. Does nobody use Razor Sharp? I don't know. Kind of feels like you either want PP or you want Master's Touch. Razor Sharp is just like worse Master's Touch. I could see maybe if you had a very specific and odd build for Switch Axe, maybe Razor Sharp, but I don't know. I feel like that's the only time it really makes sense. I mean, the only reason I'm saying Razor Sharp instead of on Switch Axe, like I said, it would have to be a very specific and very odd build. But something where you weren't building for affinity enough. And for some reason, didn't want. Or maybe need the protective polish. Maybe you didn't want to be a PP boy. Oh my god. Razor Sharp used to be meta? I don't think so. In this game? I think it was all Master's Touch or PP boys. Razor Sharp in the old games was nice for Gunlance, yeah? Especially if you used a lot of shells. It's just a lot slower than regularly tackling. And if I'm doing, Surge Slash, I don't know how often I'm gonna get it out. Oh, he landed in it. I don't know. I would not say insignificantly slower. Surge Slash is so much fun to play with. It's just better, change your mind. I mean, it's better in every way that you said. But the speed, that's it. You know what I mean? You staying cool today, Fume? What's the best map for point farm? I think Frozen Islands and Citadel are both good. Still shocked? No, he's not. Planet is burning. The UK. Yeah, it's hot. Offensive guard lasts, I think, 30 seconds? Maybe it's 15 seconds. Like, I could tank this, right? Yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of offensive guard unless I'm, like, using, like, lance. Maybe sword and shield? No, it's not a few seconds, but 15 seconds is not long. Get him, please! Get him now, oh my god, he's so strong. It makes sense if it's going to be up all the time, but I just feel like it's just not up enough for most weapons. Crit draw greatsword builds? We would need to get Frostcraft. Which, I mean, yeah, I could see Velkhana showing up someday. I think people would use crit drop as 100% affinity. That's a great question. I think some people would for fun. But, you know, with True Charge Slash and Rage Slash being what they are. I think they're a little delayed, DSC. I think they're delayed, they come out, and then they go away. You miss old style greatsword? You miss combo greatsword? This is combo greatsword. Not that old? I'm just saying, get it? Less old greatsword? Whippersnappers wanted to use second gen greatsword. Back in my day, we didn't have charging. Combos only. I thought he was running. Valor Greatsword in GU was really great. Very powerful without feeling as broken as most other Valor options. I mean, at least not compared to, like, heavy builders. Lance is probably the best weapon. You got your skill module back up, Frostcraft? I'm sure people would use it. It'd be interesting. See how balanced it would be. Add up Greatsword. I did add up Greatsword too. I liked it. Weird combos, but I liked it. Nice run. It was okay. I haven't used Surge Slash in a little while. Is $4 a gallon good? Not really. But I mean, compared to the rest of the world, $4 for a gallon of gas is actually a bargain. Just in the US with its hellscape of infrastructure, you just kind of got to cope with $4 a gallon. Because you have to drive everywhere. Is Elemental Surge slash better? I mean, technically, Surge Slash makes better use of element than Greatsword would otherwise. It's the Argosy speedrunning stuff. Don't bully me, man. The Demon Drug and Might Seed stack. As does Demon Powder. You can check it here. If you're ever curious, it shows it. That was 7. Another 10. Another 10. Charge Master, any good for element? Nope, sucks. It's just bad. I'm sorry. Sorry, but it's just bad. Yeah, I mean, the sharpness really worked here, I guess. That's pretty cool. Maybe I'll do another Valstrax. I mean, you happen to get it incidentally with a decent arm piece on Hammer. It does not make it good. I'm taking the girls. Okay. Can't stop me. Oh yeah, Courage Hammer should not be played in multiplayer. That's a good idea. I will make a Valstrax run. You know, I'll make it and I'll use it my next one. How's that sound? Balls increase the monster's HP a little bit. Not as much as you might think. Rhino Courage Hammer in multiplayer, like every other attack is an uppercut. It's kind of, ooh, 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 ooh. I will gun lance the hell out of him if I have to. I mean, but like, why would I be sad because I made the Shigaro horn? The Shigaro horn was always gonna suck. Yeah, I don't feel bad about that. I don't have guard up. I have no idea what's going on. There's no way. There's no way guard tackle has innate guard up. I have not tested it. Yeah, thanks. If you remind me, I will test it after this. And I can test it on, I think, the Toadversary farts now. Big heal. You can make him fart. You need guard up to block the fart? Yeah, you need guard up to block almost all gases. I should not have done that. Why did I do that? Don't need to guard up to block fart. Sure. I don't know if he gets a laser. Not even they could save me. But you know what could have saved me? Guard tackle. That could have saved me. It's hard to pop Valstrax charging with Greatsword? No. Not if you aim it right. It's not hard. I feel like we broke a lot on him. Maybe not a ton. Hard tackle the dive bomb psychopath. I know it heals so often. Stupid legs. They always get in the way of everything. A tackle is the equivalent of guard up. Doing a tackle while guarding should be the same effect. That's interesting, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure guard affects the the guard on the greatsword? We'll find out. We won't know until we test it. That was pretty sad. Staying moist. I drank like a whole liter of water. Okay, it's not a lot, but it's better than some. So close. Maybe close enough? No. What if I had degenerative ass disease and had to stream standing? I've streamed standing up before. It's not that big of a deal. Do you have degenerative ass disease? It's not that bad. I just kind of messed up my foot earlier this year. But you know what? I haven't even noticed it. It hasn't bothered me in a while now that you mention it. Just guess it's finally healed. I mean, the real response is, you know, I would try and do squats to build up my ass muscles. Workout stream? I've done one before. I've done several before, actually. Oh wow. Dango Defender saved me. I know I was trying to save me. Workout stream that focuses on my ass. I can't remember if I did squats or not. God knows there's probably some screen grabs from Ring Fit that might get you a little bothered. Let's give us a Detonator. NPCs flash monsters, some of them will. Is that Itsushi's dog or Hinoa's dog on the face? Other than what's revealed, what else do you think is coming in the title update? They'll probably give us some more afflicted fights. Give us another tier, probably. Finally broke the leg. Now this bastard's KO'd. Yeah, they made a video, albino donkey. They listed everything they could. They were listing things that weren't even going to be released in the next day. Capcom marketing goes real hard. People would be more excited for Great Jaggy than Rukudiora. In the West, at least. I mean, you never know in Japan. That felt like that was a million years, but it was only 10 minutes. I don't know. Just a lot of pure dragon blood, and that's it. Nothing exciting. Valstrax Hunting Horn? It's actually really cool. Guard tackle test. Okay, okay, okay. I'm just gonna try it out myself. I'm trying to think, what's the most unblockable monster? Kezu? With his little... Bizarros with his farts. I feel like Kezu, when he shoots out his little beams, would be a good test. Nah, Kezu's things he shoots, I don't think can be blocked. No, you can block most of Narwa. Why not Rajang? Is his beam? Bizarros. Narwa's actually a good choice if she does her little... Do you need guard up on the tail slam? I don't need to check the fart. I'm not checking like a million things at the same time. So we'll do a couple tests on Ibushi. I mean, if everything's blockable by regular guarding, then everything's going to be blockable by guard tackling. So far, so good. So he does a tail slam? Does he only do it when he's enraged? He's really messing my card up. Maybe he only does it when he's enraged. Well, that blocked, but that's not what we're testing. How about these rocks? You block the rocks. If I can, I'm probably gonna die from chip damage. I mean, I knew it was gonna happen. We're doing testing, dude. I'm not actively trying to block rocks from a Bushi. Okay, you do need guard up for the tail slam. Okay, so this triple card is not going to count. However, I will literally need it to guard up or I will die. This isn't baby, this is Master Rank Ibushi. You thought I was fighting Ibushi? You thought I was standing there blocking his rocks? This isn't high rank, this is... I don't even have any healing. There's literally not even a low rank Ibushi. That doesn't even exist. I don't think it's enraged anymore. I don't have any... This is one of the dumbest things I've ever done. I gotta get him mad again. I do like the mod check attitude of Ibushi. Wow, literally never punished. I already tried blocking the rocks, like. I mean, obviously, preferences are preferences. If you like guard up, like, I'm not. That looked like a beam. Can you normally block that? I think I can. Looks like a no. We'll try it again. Just getting my ass pounded. All right. He's not enraged anymore. I haven't even unlocked the spitting shot yet. That's actually really depressing. I'm not gonna guard tackle the rock. This is a really bad idea. At this point, I kind of just want to... Like, I'm going to try and guard tackle the tail slam. I'm also trying to eat a fish. If he does the beam, I will try a regular block of it. Alright, you can block it normally. It's just the tail. The tail is the only option we have. No, 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 no. The tail slam definitely needs guard up. Nope. It does not have it. I'm telling you, it does not have it. What do you mean 2 steps? It was like literally right on it. Try it again. I'll try it again. I feel like you guys just want to see me continually getting tail slammed. I mean, a level 2 slot's kind of a big deal. Like, things are still kind of tight in high rank. I am not testing on Bizarrio's farts. If somebody else wants to test on Bizarrio's farts, it's okay. What I like more in Sunbreak, great sort of charge blade. I love them both equally. Get the sub to test on Bizarrio's fart. There's an afflicted Bizarrios, right? Time to go to Bizarrios!
Sponge gifted DSC 173 a subscription. Sponge gifted a tier 1 sub to DSC 173. They have given 160 gift subs in the channel.
Triple guard. We were testing things! Did it work? No. It did not work. Here's what I want to do. Once I'm done testing, I want to have, like, my normal combo. Yes. That I could switch into. That's right. I'm gonna test it, and then I'm gonna immediately switch over. That's me, the person looking, or the person sussing? On a multi-hit, the guard tackle should work. Bizarro's horn would actually, Valstac's horn would be good on Bizarrios. Honestly, I don't think that worked, guys. That was skill issue. That was right on time. It's actually super convenient on that attack. Afflicted should fart. I feel like you can't tell what the hell he's even doing because he's like glowing all over his body. This does not pair very well with Master's Touch. I'm gonna say that much. Ooh, almost dead. I don't want to be like the defense grinder 2 guard tackle guy. Like, I don't want that like people in Japan to talk about me like that. Or no, maybe I do. You definitely stand out. I think I was in some sort of like tackle state. Any actual hit just hits so hard. I haven't seen him do one fart yet. Can't make this crap up, man. Yeah, he flinched out of sleep. That didn't work. I don't know what else you want me to do. Guard up Echo in exchange for no sharpnesses. You gotta give up in 5% damage. That's intelligent. You're gonna download Chimera Land? It is definitely a video game that you can download and play. You're not downloading it? You just what are you saying about it then? Did it convince me that it's worth it? There might be some matchups where it's worth it. Multi-hits? I mean, honestly, Bizarrios himself. No, you do not need to make a guard tackle guard up mod for me. That's just cheating. What is Chimera Land, another monster game? No! No. Well, arguably, actually, yes. It's an experience. It might also... I don't know. I don't think it installs like a crypto mine or anything on your computer. I've never seen another video game like that. It is 100% a unique experience. Genshin soon? I gotta get that set up, just like I gotta get Strangers of Paradise set up. Yeah, there's a Genshin bounty, yeah. They're paying me money. I haven't played it in a while. I haven't gotten any more boys bounties? No, I haven't. I'm waiting for it. I mean, Comet Phobia, I mean, maybe they just thought that was the best way to advertise their game. You know? I don't... you can buff other hunters with fish regen. I think the time that they get is based on the level of wide range. So I think it's 30, 60, and 90 seconds. I mean, they've got some sort of monetization model. I think everybody is like grossly underestimating how much money furries will pay to play a video game where they get to have their own persona. It's a big market out there. Maybe I should just like block that. Am I a furry? No. But I don't have any problem if you're a furry. I'll accept you in my community. There's so much worse things to be out there than a furry. Kissed a goat before? It's not a furry. Just somebody who wanted to kiss a goat. Really burning through all the healing here. Please knock him over. Azarius is awful without like good elemental damage. Does remain in multiverse? I don't even know. I feel like the game's loud compared to me. Could turn it down a little bit. I don't play multiverse, so I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't... If Velma's a character, I would play Velma, for sure. Her super's calling the cops? I don't like that. That's no good. We got the crabs before. We'll take Royal Ludra. I'm ready for this hunt to be over. I've spent enough time. Oh, he's so close to dying. We haven't gotten him up yet, right? We haven't gotten him writable. It's just trying to get a shiny. Scares you is Monster Hunter is the perfect formula for free-to-play gacha game with predatory monetization. Do you think they haven't done that before? I mean, in Japan, there's literally like pachinko machines that are Monster Hunter, which is like literally actual gambling. Not on a global scale. Fair enough, I guess. I don't even know if I really like this greatsword. I mean, it's alright, I guess. Frontier was gacha. It had gacha and pay-to-win mechanics in it, yeah. Not necessarily, like, you know, required to play it. I just got a pallium that I think I will never use. Greatsword is this Magnum Olives? It's not bad, it's just not great. What's your favorite greatsword? I don't think it's this one. I don't know. It's not bad, but maybe I just like Teostra better. Or maybe I just like actual element better. Can't really decide. What if everybody came back for those gotchas, Nefudis. Do you think they would have like changed their mind? Like Capcom would be like, "Oops, I guess we got to keep the servers up." I'm good. I'm good. I had my time with the greatsword, and now I'm okay. Now I'm okay. I'm making a Valstrax weapon. You can't stop me. I have no idea what I'm missing out on. That's not true. I have some idea what I'm missing out on, and I'm okay with that. You beat Malzena yesterday? Congratulations. How much affinity does this give me? Seriously? 20? That's a lot. I could probably run like this. I guess I only need crit eye 4. Might actually use the Jaggy arms here. I could build with guard up 1. The guard up doesn't work on the hunting horn. I think I can use my chain crit. I'm gonna use this. I don't really need anything else. I don't need a Kaiser mail. Is that 25? 50 is to get us up to 95? So maybe one more crit eye? Oh, that's the wrong chest. Lex 2 with level 2 slot talismans? That doesn't sound particularly great. Which arms were I using for Surge Greatsword? Probably the Barioth ones. I need a different helmet here. So that's not doing too much for us. Everything's so confusing on mouse and keyboard. It is like that sometimes, yeah. It's definitely designed for a controller, a lot more so than everything else. Do I have the Lunagron helmet? What does that give again? Saga Man? I almost said Saga Man. Saga Man, thank you for subscribing. I think this fits a little bit better. 90%. That seems okay. And then I got room for crit element right here. And we got Mail of Hellfire, so that's always nice. Loving the YouTube vids. Great content. I'm glad you enjoy them. Thank you. How much of Frontier and Monster Online were outsourced? I mean, they had different companies doing them. But I mean, Frontier was Capcom Online Games. Monster Hunter Online was Tencent? Does Charge Master work on charging the Sword of Charge Blade? I have not tested it, but it should. Which raw element do you get from Chain Crit? Depends on the weapon. It's really not a lot, to be honest with you. The first point is very good value. Only because, like, the chest is also, like, really good value. You dislike Sonic Waves? Or that Sonic Guard? Sonic Waves are fine. Arguably really, really good with this recital mode. Favorite in-game followers? It's a pretty good content for a YouTube video, don't you think? The only guy that, like, I basically would never use unless I was forced to is, like, Gallius. Everybody else has a place, but Gallius is probably at the bottom. Gallius is constant healing. I just see him standing around guarding with his greatsword all day. I never really see him doing anything else. He just stands there holding out his greatsword. He's a tank in a game that does not need tanks. Oh my god, it's so much better. So 40... Yeah, I mean, that's good enough. 90% affinity is, I think, going to be fine on this. If there was something with attack boosts, too, on the helm, and I'm sure there is, maybe that would fit better. And I could use the Barioth arms. Get 100% affinity? I don't know if it's worth it. It's probably not worth it. Hino and Etsushi are very safe choices. Luchika is great, but, I mean, she tweaks out on the regular. It depends what I'm fighting. Like, Rondine and Fioraine together, pretty fun combo. I did not restock. Try using 2 broken dogs this hunting horn? Oh, I should. I should do that. That would be fun. All right, after this hunt, we'll do a dog run. This hunting horn does not have any healing on it. It's the dog build. Just have good dogs doing good damage. I mean, if you just wanted the damage against Narwhal, you would give them Valstrax weapons. Seems like pretty good damage there. I think Affinity Song gives 20% affinity. Attack is 10%. 10% more raw. Pretty sure Elemental Attack Boost is an additional 10%. It is a lot of affinity. That's really good damage right there. No, I wanted the crush combo. If you've got Infernal Melody up, you should probably be doing Magnificent Trio. That's my opinion. Forward Triangle Circle? It doesn't play enough songs. Doesn't get my song bubbles popping. Nah, Element is so good. Lucent Arc is gonna be like poison. It plays nothing, but it looks super sick. It looks like a combo I would do in Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Which I'm not saying that's not sick, I'm just saying it looks like a Freedom Unite combo. It looks like a second gen combo. Do you mean the spinny combo? This isn't gonna do it. Do I have that Earthshaker? What do I have? Dongo Defender saved my life. I feel like she's sitting down for less and less time. Still feels very safe with this weapon. Longer melodies than 2 notes for like improved stuff. If there was something that restored like the combos from Monster Hunter World for like Recital and Encore, and motion values that made sense to want to use those, that would be dope. There'd have to be some motion value benefit. Because I feel like both of the methods of playing songs now are just easier than the old way, which isn't necessarily a good thing, but it's difficult to install mods that straight up nerf you, even if they should be nerfed. It's not a nerf. I mean, is it... You still gotta recite, though, at the end, right? Oh, it queues them up as you play them. And it saves it in the list or something? I'm trying to think. Brain warning. Did I respond to Gaijin's poll on Twitter versus the patch? I filled out the Capcom survey. I didn't see Gaijin's poll. But to be fair, I don't know that I was looking for it, so... Getting a Thunder Serpent Orb, I guess, is kind of nice. Let's test this as if it was Raffian's head. $70-30. That's so good. Oh, it's 75 one. Oops. My bad. I thought I saw 70. I was looking at the cutting. We know I'm senile. It's not anything new. It's a good mod. 407. I think I've seen it before. I just don't. Does it just play it as you play the song? So you don't have to recite it? I know, I think I've seen you post it before. Plays you play it, no recital. Alright, that is interesting. But you gotta play the full song, so that balances it. It almost gets people to recite it more. I don't know if I would use it. Because I kind of do like, what is it? I do like the benefits that you get. I mean, I guess you'd still have recital there. I mean, as with anything, you'd have to test it to find out for sure. So 71. 74? What? Are not all songs created equal? Oh, I'm probably chain critting. Is it that much less element? What the hell is going on? Did I not set everything? No, they're all set right. What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was hello. So 71. How much is a backward strike do? 408. Let's do one combo right after the other. God damn it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it like this. We'll do 2 in a row. Seemed like the extra elemental damage is better. We'll do one more test. Songs fell off midway. Jesus Christ. Oh, maybe orange is better. Close, but I think orange is better. Are they worth building for the large elemental greatswords? I mean, if you're getting 100 element at the cost of 20 raw, even on greatsword, that's starting to approach the point where, yeah, it's probably okay. Even still, depends on your style. Surge Slash, it's probably worth it. If you're doing True Charge slash, like, Strong Arm stance spam, then probably not as worth it. No, Wirebug Whisperer would not increase the Shilk Bind. It wouldn't increase that. Is that the combo you liked? It does do a double swing. This thing procs 4 hits super quick. It's so good. Broken dogs time? Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, I'll grab my dogs. I mean, it's fun to me to be constantly smashing a thing into a monster's head, to be fair. Is this the high rank weapon? Did I make the high rank weapons? Or are they just like that? That's not the right one. Shockwaves do not consume sharpness, no. Now that looks stronger. Oh no, fire cannon. There's no unmaking master rank upgrades, right? I don't think there is. Oh no. I need to fix it. Think we'll be seeing new decos with title updates that'll shake up the meta? What are you hoping to see? A raw meta? I would, of course, love to see things that allow for build diversity, but I think this element being good thing is amazing. I believe there's 2 data mine decorations that'll alter the meta. All right. There we go. List 2.0 in action. What are we going to do? You even warned about the bait? No, that's all right. Why do I do this every time? I mean, just because there are decos in the game, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get released in the title update. Maybe. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. May I say something about base rise with list protection? Well, we knew like base rise was like completely like leaked out with the demo. That I'm aware of. Like the demo, like I think at All Mother? Right. I mean, they might be too powerful as decos, honestly. Unless they changed the way the skills work and made them like a multi-deco. Golf swinging it? It's my recital method. So apparently the TA wiki is banning people that engage in data leaks. I think that's very interesting. That's an interesting approach to that. Not that they're necessarily the same people, but kind of cool that at least somebody's saying and or doing something about it. Am I using OG style and not performance? I'm using echo mode. I'm sure they do. I don't know. It's only been like, as far as I can tell, since World came out, you got Worldlets, that like this data leaking thing has been as popular as it is. That was not a KO. I have range-centric on both dogs? I do. I'm looking forward to Monster Rock myself. Please flinch. What? Good job, dogs. Huntinghorn is just so fun. Multi-hit did after the Silkbind evade move. That move? Chimera collab with Dauntless would be amazing. Rent-A-Girl collab? It's not as bad as you guys make it out to be. It's really not. It's not good, it's still trash. The title sounds a lot worse than it actually is. I'm just saying there's worse out there. Question, I don't like NTR, however, I guess a lot of the drama in drama anime involves people sneaking around on each other. No, I don't like it. I don't like it. It's bad. I'll just say no. I don't like it. But I love the drama. I'm such a little drama goblin. Isn't NTR just cheating? That's a lot of that goes on in that anime. It's not worth discussing. I think range centric Pierce attack up, range attack up small, and attack up large is best setup for dogs. I'd want to test elemental attack up versus attack up large. Oh, Spike Shadowhunter, thank you. It might depend on the monster you're attacking. Like, you have to remember, like, what hit zone they're hitting. That might be okay. Soupy, the Wandering Feline. That sounds like something from Chimera Land. Is it? Is that him? He's usually over here. But about Pierce attack up? I've tried that too. With the power of the slow bug? I like the slow bug. I saved it up all these melding footings. Oh, god damn it. That was a mistake. What do you like him on? The charge slow bug? I'm assuming would be the only case slow bug would be preferable. I like the charge bug. I liked him a lot, but I felt like I just ended up doing a lot of tornado slashes. What are my rules on saving charms? I just look to see how many good points and skills they have. There's a reason not to use all of your accelerants now. You want to spend the next 30 minutes melding? Explain my personal point system for talismans. I mean, you know, level 2 skills are like, it depends. Like in this case, this talisman kind of sucks, but I don't need a lot of skills, so I can actually max out chain crit. Think of it like gotcha pulling. Well, I'll have a whole bunch saved up for someday. We spent 5 hours melding last night, only saw one good charm. All you need is one good charm. Just need one good one. To like, I did not edit a Charmin. I pulled that one on stream. All of my good charms I've melded on stream. Thank God. Sometimes I end up like finishing a meld off stream. I actually dread getting something like usable out of it. It's like, oh no, if it's too good. No longer usable. This is kind of like a small Shigaru, which actually kind of makes things a little bit harder. Should I go degen? There are meld mods that eliminate bad options. You can meld on screen and still be sus. Well, considering I routinely pull piles of garbage, I don't think that's the case. Oh wait, hold on. Let's turn this up. Yeah, I mean, my best talisman is like close to what a good talisman would have been. Like a really, really good talisman would have been in Monster Hunter Rise. But even then, it's like, it's not even as good as what you could have gotten as a max in Monster Hunter Rise. It's attack 3 with a level 2 slot, 1 point of resuscitate. It's definitely good. Zapier is cheating? Stop me. Come over here and stop me. There should be a lot of damage. Did he already mount it? I'm guessing that happened. Yeah, he must have done it kind of off screen. I like the egg, it just kind of really slows fights down. Oh, thank God for Dongo Defender. I should be a little bit more knowledgeable about Shigaru at this point. Standing in front of him is like so dangerous. Doing anything near him is actually pretty dangerous. Level 4 slot with level 1 slots you see is hacked in. Is level 4 the only role available for slots if you see it? You got attack 3, 2, 1, 1 and Sunbreak. That's awesome. I would love that. It's legal, but you can't roll them. Interesting. Oops. I don't know how the hell that up. So, anyone running around with those cheated it. Level 4 slots suck, though. I mean, it could be okay. Well, almost definitely not okay, but... Level 4/1/1 is all the monster influencers using? Is that true? Is that what they're running? Naughty, naughty. Naughty, naughty, naughty. Name names. I want to know. I want to know who the dirty boys have been. Naughty, naughty. Oh, I've only seen, I've got a couple, like, level 4 charms. The Meadow and Team Darkside are doing it. Naughty. Naughty, naughty. Well, I guess they don't have to worry about submitting things to the TA wiki anymore. I guarantee you Overlord Dean does not have a 4/1/1 if you can't do it. Rainy 2 and Zebra? That's a little disappointing. I'm actually really sad by that. The other ones I'll gleefully chortle at, but those guys I would expect better because they're actually really good at the game. So 4/1/1 you could put into the game and it won't delete it, but as of right now there's no way to legally run it. At least that's what people are saying. I just wonder, like, is it really making your times that much faster? I guess. I don't know. But I don't even know what you would put in the level 4 slot. That would be significantly better than a level 1, level 2 slot, or level 3 or whatever. You're running crit 2, Lex 1, no slot talisman? You'll get one eventually. Evade extender? On Charge Blade, I could see that. Wirebug Whisperer, I guess I could also see for some weapons. Crit Ice 7 times 3 level 4 slot. How does it not get deleted? Yeah, Power Prolonger on Switch actually be okay, I guess. I mean, there are good options. If you had a level 4 slot, you would find something to put in there, I guess. Naughty, naughty, naughty. This is what I always say. This is what I was always saying when people are like, "Well, let's just pick the most ideal charm and put it in the game," and then the people that don't want to cheat are just giving up themselves because they could just earn it in game naturally. In this case, they couldn't. I'm naughty pervert. I am, but you know what? I'd rather watch Rent a Girlfriend than be caught with a hacked-in charm. The point is having the best setup? The point is they hacked in a charm that you can't even get. May as well give attack 7, crit I 7, Lex 3, Not a good take. It's literally not legal. You know, and for the most part, these are all very good runners who literally do not need that level of a talisman. They would do just as fine if they had 1 or 2 skills left. For DSC. Very good at using turbo? You usually defend turbo. Yeah, that's a mod, Taikuro. Streamers cheating? You can look at all my mods. One day timed out, fine, I'll save him. I'll give him all... I'll let him out this one time. We're all begging. What is the charm that Zen runs? I swear to God, at one point, you were defending, like, the rhythm or whatever it would take to push a button that could be faster than turbo. I swear to God. Wex 2 level 2 slot? That's rough. That's not, he should be able to get better than that. All the hours you've played in the game. How do you end up with a Wex 2 level 2? That's awful. I'm pretty happy with this. For this very specific set. And even then, like, I don't know, maybe it could be better, but it's pretty good for what it is. Would I be okay if he cheated in a good but not god tier talisman? If he just plays the game, he will get a good enough talisman. Would I be okay with it? I'm not him. I don't make content for him. He can do anything he wants. However, you will get banned from the Time Attack wiki if you do it, so. You're saying turbo isn't necessary for shooting the gun at the right time? I mean, I tested Tastafi's runs, and I tested the runs from Meteoron, or whatever, the guy that had, like, the fastest time in the world in Rise. Arguably 2 of the best runners in the world, and they didn't have perfect timing. So I just don't know. I don't agree with it. Are they mashing or timing? Yeah, I don't know what they're doing, but it's not perfect like turbo is. Yeah, I mean, attack 3-3-1-1 is very close to what I have. And that's something that you could easily get by playing normally. You know, I mean, most people would look at that and be like, yeah, that's probably fine. I mean, in some ways, it's better than mine. I have some sets where I'd rather have the 2 level 1s than the 1 point of resentment. Otherwise, I mean, there's absolutely certain builds that would want that point of resentment, I guess. Attack 3-1-1-1 is fine. I used that for a long time. This guy right here I used for a really long time. How do I feel about the mod that gives charms at the end of the quest? I don't blame anyone for using that. I know that's like a slippery slope to being like, why don't you just hack your charms in, but... My biggest critique of Monster Hunter Rise, Sunbreak, is that they just didn't solve this. They could have solved it. And again, Firekin, like, my whole point was never that people shouldn't be allowed to use turbo. It's just if they do, they should just say that they used it. That's all. I don't care whether you use it or not. Just if you're going to use it, just say you're using it. Because then it takes away from the people that are not using it. How could they have solved it? They could have given you charms at the end of quests. They could have just given them to you. And they didn't. Oh, I should have done that, Kinez's. I didn't. I complained about some of the odd graphical anomalies I saw, but you're right, I should have mentioned the charm thing. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, no, it really should be in the game. It really should be. In my opinion, like, it should be at the end of, let's just say, any, and it could be even scaling. You know, 1 talisman from 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Anything like that. Just give you talismans for beating it. Clawing the charm thing out? I don't know that I'm ready to jump into that drama, my brother. I mean, I could. Do it. A reforged system like Neo would be nice? Oh, like you could re-roll? I don't hate it. I could start putting, like, clips of, like, the Mori show. You cheated! It is not the child! I could put in, like, the charm as the child floating there. I can't do it. I don't want to do it. Because I don't know. I haven't done any of the research myself. Like, I don't know for sure, that what you guys are saying is correct. Like, how do we know for sure 411s don't drop in the game? We don't know. I don't know. I know I have not personally gotten a 411. How do I do that? How do I make sure? Who do I ask? If DSC can figure out, then yes, I would trust him. I mean, if he's okay being attached to the drama bomb. How many 4Xs have you seen that isn't a 4X arrow? I mean, all right, let me do this. I mean, all right. I'm not saying that's proof. Huh. But, I mean, is it a big enough sample? I mean, send me that link, Nefudis. You guys are bad. You guys are bad. You're sick. You're sicker than I am. You disgust me. No, I mean, there might be a higher tier. DSC, have a good night. Is Element actually meta now? It's pretty good. I could melding puddings and accelerants to get a bigger sample, or I could just, like, ask everyone who has played the game and not cheated what they have. Is Elemental Greatsword good too? I wouldn't sacrifice too much raw for Element, but I don't like I don't want to be like the drama guy. You know what I mean? Like, I start beef? What, am I supposed to go out there name and shame people? Do we technically cheat in 3U to avoid cursed tables? No. We did inputs in a game. that anyone could technically do. Got chain crit 2300. Is that good? On some very specific weapons, on some very specific sets. Remember most of the world TA runners cheated in pure Dracolites? I don't remember that. Don't start beef, it's not worth it. Here's the thing, for a lot of people, they're like, I just want to see the best gear on the best player. And they're like, I don't care if they cheated it in. But if it's like you're cheating in stuff that you can't even get, that's different. That's not right. Even the defenders of the hacker, they'd be like, yo. That's gonna be hard. Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna make it. Start all the way back to PC and cheated for not farming everything again? I mean, that's your personal decision, dude. I'm not gonna judge you for doing that. Both hammer styles viable? I've got a video on it if you want to look it up. I think courage style is a lot more fun. I think power style is probably more certainly easier to play. What do I have? Oh, that's it? Okay, never mind. Hold on, I made a mistake. Oh, I'm so lucky. You SOS this quest to get all Charge Blade players? I'm sure it's a good Charge Blade. Doesn't this have Master's Touch? I feel like I'm still going through a lot of sharpness. I think it's just the way this weapon is. I packed. Hit him out. Have a good night, DSC. I got him. That is the Death Stench Hammer. You're about to ask, is it better than Valstrax? And I'm going to answer you and say, I don't know. Probably not. But it's okay. I mean, it's actually okay. Is Charge Master 2 with 111 slots good? You know it's not. It looks similar to Gore Magala one? Death Stench got... I think Death Stench has its own, like, identity. Nope. How did I screw that up? That's so bad. I don't know why. He was, like, not responding. I'm going to say probably skill issue, but has anyone ever had that where, like, they just would not do the Mounted Punisher? Jump Master 1, no slots good? Yes. God damn it! God damn it! No! That was worth it. That was worth it. To get the water strike. Did I land the water strike or not? The answer is yes, I did. You wouldn't have gotten it. You would have done the smart thing. Oh, shoot. No, 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 no. Well, I mean, in World, we were able to go up to, like, level 5 Divine Blessing, right? I love keeping sway. Sometimes it does exactly what you need it to, exactly the right time. What? No! I'm not going to triple here. That's not going to happen. We're doing okay. We're not tripling. This is the run where we get a Narwhal Mantle. I wasn't even close. But I collect those shinies before the cart. Just gotta be careful, right? You never know what can happen. Gonna make out an Narwhal's body anyways? I mean, her weapons are pretty good. Wait. Did the dogs cut the tail? Which Narwhal weapons am I targeting? I mean, kind of all of them? They're all really good. None are not viable. I'm not gonna get tail slammed. We're in a good place right now. We've stabilized. Stabilized. Well, on that note, I gotta make dinner. No mantle, damn. I'll see you guys tomorrow. No video tomorrow. Probably Maury Povich video tomorrow at this rate. If you have videos of people with 411 charms or proof that there is no 411 charm, send it to my DMs. That'll be fun. All right, I love you. Goodbye.